fall. Digging it deeper every single day. Making a grave where you'll soon be buried in. I'm holding my fingertips, trying to catch you as you slip down, down, down into the abyss. Just a droplet of life left, and look what you do with it. So much potential, and yet you throw it all away, babe. On a low, consequential, self-induced neuron decay, and then they hurt you so bad, so you hurt yourself too, yeah. Just to try to fly away from the pain inside of you, and I'm losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood. I said I'm losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood. Giving her everything and yet it's still not enough for her. She identifies as a lifelong sufferer. Her life was rough, but her path is rougher. She clearly don't need me, cause needles are her new lover. How could I possibly ever compete with euphoria? I offered you my shoulder, wish I could do more for you, but she'll never be satisfied. Lies says she's done crying, but her tears are never dry. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no. So much potential, and you just throw it all away, babe. On new low, consequential, self-induced neuron decay, and then they hurt you so bad, so you hurt yourself too, yeah. Just to try to fly away from the pain inside of you, and I'm losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood. I said I'm losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood. Said I'm losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood. I said I'm losing you, to all the chemicals in your blood.
Also seeker, milliliters of a concoction to knock your socks off. Look what you've done, explosive heat on your clock. Let's take this last talk.
One, two, three, four. Rocking the same clothes, yeah, you already know. The same hairdos, the same shoes too. Yeah, just what you used to. You all look like clones made of silicone. Addicted to your phones, you copy and pasted your faces. Well, I beg to differ. I'm never gonna be one of those cookie cutter pieces of
How we feeling, chat? I feel like it's been a million years since I actually did a music stream without Andy the Frenchie. Like she was here last week, and somehow for me that felt like the longest week because we did so many things. It was like an entire month's worth of things condensed into like 3 days that she was here. It was so wonderful. Hi, Catalyze. Hello, Rashdan. I gotta figure out how to make chat bigger so I'm not having to wear these stupid glasses. Hi. Hi, early gang. Welcome, early gang. Come on in. Celine. Yes. I was like, why does this feel so weird? And then Andy would come back and I'm like, oh, that's why. It's because it's Celine. It's not Andy. I'm like, this feels so calm. Like I'm uncomfortably calm. Nerd, thank you so much for the tier 3. Just a little bit more. Thank you so much for that. Tier 3, 31 months. I still haven't figured out the 3-year badge, chat. What should I make the 3-year badge? Celine is super chill. Like I could chill with Celine. But I like Andy. I like Andy. I want Andy energy. Like all the time. Because I have Andy energy all the time. So I was like, how do I do a toned down goth stream? I was like struggling. I was like so inside myself. I'm like, I just want to be a spaz and be random with you. So I think next time we collab, because there is going to be a next time, mind you. I love that woman with all of my heart. And Montreal is like not that far of a drive away. So, there will be another collab. And I think that one will be more nonsense rather than less nonsense. But, anyway. How am I doing? That's a great question. Can you be more specific? Specifically, which facet of my life would you like to elaborate on? More collabs would be nice. Well, have I got a surprise for you? I'm actually collaborating with Halocene. Not next week, the week after that. And we're doing not one, but 2 collabs. 2 collabs. Same kind of deal. I'm going to be going to their place for like 4 days. And making music. I am flying to the US. Yes, it is very scary. Yes, I have my Vax passport. I just printed it off today. And I'm getting the test thingy like before I go, etc., etc. I'm going to get a lot of Q-tips shoved up my nose. I am prepared for this. But it's okay because it's all gonna be worth it. And I'm not sure if this is confirmed. I don't know if I can even say it yet, but Lauren Babic might be screaming on this one. And if she is, my whole ass, everything is just gonna puddle. I will be a puddle because if I could be on a track with not just Halocene, but also I will be deceased. I will die. I will end. I will not exist because Lauren Babic is amazing. Amazing. And Halocene is mind-blowingly talented as well, so. You had to go to California for a work trip? Oh, lucky. Lucky ducky. But yeah, the nose swabs, they are not comfortable. They are not. But also, I have tattoos and piercings, so I absolutely have experience with people like pushing things inside you where they shouldn't be, feeling weird, kind of painful a little bit. But Welcome. Hi. There's a black and white boob on the door. No. No. You're mistaken. No. You see, it's, oh. Really, you're mistaken. It's just, ow. I'm not a boob. Do I look like a boob to you? Come at me, bro. Look in my eyes and tell me that I look like a boob. Didn't think so, huh? Remember when these used to be like sexy dances? Now it's just intimidating and scary. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. We should bring the pony dance back. One's in chat if you want to bring the pony dance back. Because I do. You know what? I don't even need your ones. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be back. I just need to make a cover, like a parody cover of Pony that's so bad that Twitch can't possibly slap me with the copyright strike. Okay? It's happening. It's gonna happen. I am a producer now. I have the tools, I have the power, and I have the pony. The pony. It's happening, okay? Now let me get out of this. I see road mics in the chat. I'm trying to look through these nostrils. So I can't really see a whole lot in here. But what I can see is Lady Kagome spamming 1111111. That's all I can see. So yeah, this is not a boob. This is not a boob. I don't know why. Like, what kind of porn are you looking at, children? Like the Sears catalog, because this is not a boob. This is not a boob. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna get this off now. That's enough. That's enough. The mouth does move. It's because it hinges on your jaw. So part of it presses on your jaw. You ordered some Chinese food. Oh wait, happy birthday! Oh, ben, je peux te chanter. Are you ready? Shanus? Am I saying that right? Shanus? How do you want me to say your name? You're about to get birthdayed. Kind of missing Blommerms now. I know, but I got like a little bit. I got like the frou-frou. Oh my gosh, yeah. Imagine VR goggles instead of unicorn mask. Bring that to a rave and instantly become everybody's best friend. Oh no. My clothes are trying to dominate me and like tie me to the chair. Shanus? Shanus? Okay, I'll say it like that then. Bonne fête à toi, bonne fête à toi, bonne fête chère Chénice, bonne fête à toi. Happy birthday! Insert sound effects here. I don't have a sound reel. I can just press buttons and make sounds happen yet. That's coming soon though. As soon as I figure out how to do it. I'm this close. This close. This close. I think I got bit alerts figured out though. I might change the amounts though. So I did add bit alerts, but I think they are maybe a bit too high. They might be a bit too high. So I might lower some of them. But I did add a bunch of alerts. Also, hi, it's been a while. Here's my song list. I actually play music on this stream sometimes. And hi, Road Mics. Good to see you. And Rogue Snake is here. Hello. Hello. Wait. Does it not? Wait. Andy said you have to have GiftBot open when you do it? Okay. I'm so sorry, nerd. I will give you a refund. I don't know how to refund bits, but hold on. Wait, do I have to GiftBot? It's like a program thing, okay? It looks like a programmer's coder thingamajig. And at that point, I just get scared, okay? As soon as I start seeing like the green letters on the black screen, I'm like, Okay. So I have to have it open for it to work, I think? Here, wait. I can just play it as a test.
I've come for your pickle.
There you go. Okay, so I need to work on that. I didn't know that you have to have it open the whole time. There's gotta be a better way to do this, man. I just want to have dope alerts. Anyways, that was the alert. I can play it again if you want. Just one more time.
I've come for your pickle.
It actually cuts off too soon too. Oh my gosh. I need to tweak these alerts. These are borked. They're very borked. Thank you for drawing attention to the fact that my alerts are borked. I appreciate it. Welcome anybody who's new. I know we got a lot of new followers, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them are from the Road Mic giveaway. Hi, yo, ta-ta for now. Hey, welcome to the stream. What kind of stuff do you do? Hi, welcome to my channel. I'm Mermaid Unicorn. And your name is Tata for now. Wait, Aerial Perspective hosted the stream too. Thank you. What the heck is happening? Oh my god. Thank you. You seem endearingly eccentric. I might be a little bit electric. I don't know how to ground myself. So keep your feet on the shelf because there's water leaking everywhere and I might electrocute you because you're just so cute. I don't know what I'm doing. Sing, what is this? I don't know. I'm a singer. I sing a sing song. Would you like a song? My outfit is falling apart. I am fully convinced that there is like a poltergeist that is untying my outfit and trying to like bondage rope shibari me to my chair at like all hours of the night because this top just will not stop. Okay. I'm doing absolutely splendiferous. What the heck? We just got double rated. Okay, I haven't even started the music, people. And you're rating me twice? Twice? Well, What do I sing? What do I do if I don't warm up my vocal cords? I might lose my voice. So let's sing a song that's not too hard, and then we'll go from there. Does the ghost know how to tie the correct knots? No, I don't think so. He definitely is good at untying them, though. Yeah, I could play that. Oh, yes, that is a great song. My original for you, yes. Sydney, yes. Thank you for your rate. See, what? I just had that. How? Okay, come on now. No. Not today. I tie you a double knot this time. You stay? Okay. Okay. We're gonna do my song for Sydney. This one is called Everything's Gonna Be Just Fine, and I'm pretty sure oh, wait. Did that not work? GiftBot! Why is GiftBot not working? Oh, is it because Andy's alerts are... This is what happens. This is what happens when you have a collab stream and you just forgot to put everything back to normal after. I'm pretty sure we still have Andy's alerts on my thing. So I'm just gonna manually do them today. We're just gonna manually put these alerts because I need to... Wait, what was what? I don't have one for 1137. Hold on, wait a minute. Did it say that I have one for one? Hold on. Yeah, I don't have one. That was just a... Interesting. Okay. We're gonna open the song queue. Thank you so much, Zamlop, by the way. I'm tripping out here because I just made new alerts and I want to make sure they work, but I'm going to play the song. So we're going to do a song. That's it. Okay. I'm going to take these off so I can cry real tears. I've been lying to my face when I say tomorrow's a new day and it's gonna be better. My emotions fluctuate like a sine wave, and I can't blame it on the cosmos or the weather. At the end of the day, it's me that I have to come home to. So I've been working on the person that's in this body I belong to, but they've had a rough past, and they're trying to work past it, dragging their feet in the sand, trying to understand how to navigate in a world that's shown so much hate. How can you be grateful still with a brain so ill? If I could write a letter to that person, I think I'd tell them this: you're beautiful, you are loved, and you are worthy, and you're entirely deserving to
by getting back up and shaking it off with a smile. And every time that you fall down, you come around in a matter of time. Everything's gonna be just fine. As a kid, I was always in a rush to grow up. But now that I'm here, I've realized that growing old is my biggest fear. 'Cause year after year, time keeps moving faster, seasons flashing past me. Summer, autumn, winter go by, and I can't find myself. Could someone remind me? 'Cause I've forgotten what's the meaning. Why do I just keep on dreaming when my future feels fading and fleeting? Give me a reason to believe in me again. No one said the words I need to hear, so I learned young, you gotta be your own hero, the one you needed when you feel defeated, to get you on your feet again, to make it all better. I grab my pen and paper and started writing letters to me to say you're beautiful, you are loved, and you are worthy, and you're entirely deserving to be happy every once in a while, and you are strong. And when you feel you can't go on, you always prove yourself wrong by getting back up and shaking it off with a smile. And every time that you fall down, you come around in a matter of time. Everything's gonna be just fine.
I need to fix my limiter. Ooh. Wait, we have a level 5 hype train? What have you munchkins been up to while I was singing that song? Raboof is here. Veld! Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 50. Thank you so much. That is so generous. What the hell? What the flip-flop? Okay, wait. There's so much happening right now. We just got started, you guys. We just started, okay? Okay, there's a lot happening. So I'm gonna try and scroll up first. Thank you again, Zamlob, for the 1337 bits. If you have a song, let me know. I will play for you. And then Tata for now wants to hear If I Ain't Got You. I got you. I can do that one. For your raid. Thank you very much. Sprung in says good night. Good night. Have a good night. I know you're probably already gone, but I'm gonna say it anyways in case you rewatch the VOD. Raboof, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What are we at right now? I think we've been like holding steady lately. We've been like solidly around 1,000, and that gives me so much comfort because I'm like, oh my god, I can afford my meds and therapy every month. Yay! Yay! I can have my mental health. Woo! Yeah. It's expensive being this bonkers, for lack of a better word. I like bonkers better. Raboof, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Gracie Kid, thank you for the 25-month resub. It's so good to have y'all. We just get started. Totolino with the 535. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We do have like random. So I have these bit alerts. I don't know if they're going to work, but if you guys want to test them, go for it. Because they work when I press the test button, but they didn't work earlier. So now I'm confused. But Raboof, I didn't put one for 1,000 because I know Red Move just, oh my gosh. Okay, what am I doing? Wow. Okay, wait. It works.
Feel good.
It works. Okay, good. What the flip flop? There's so many bits. Okay, so you found the one for lol. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lick the microphones. Oh.
Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Yes. Was it loud? It's only as loud as I am. Is it too loud for you? I can turn it down for your sensitive ears. For me, that's the perfect volume. I want it to spam your ears. I am loud? You're loud. I know, I'm peaking. Okay, let me fix my audio. First of all, it was because Andy was here and everything is messed up now because that's how collabs work. Also, Nathan, are you serious? Oh my gosh, we just finished playing the ultimate mental health song. Oh my gosh. No, now I just want to play it again. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do You're Alive. I need to turn up my peak reduction because I'm peaking a bit. Every now and then. Am I peaking? Hey, yeah. Okay, good. Nathan, your stream was so lovely. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'll just sing the chorus from that last song. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to test my limiter and make sure my mic doesn't crackle anymore. Oh, Sniper, we got a hater in the chat. Can somebody show this hater some love, please? Can we flip-flop this hater? Hey, okay. This is the chorus of the song we just finished playing. You're beautiful. You are loved and you are worthy, and you're entirely deserving to be happy every once in a while. And you are strong, even when you feel you can't go on. You always prove yourself wrong by getting back up and shaking it off with a smile. And every time that you fall down, you come around in a matter of time. Everything's gonna be just fine. Oh, Nathan, you're such a sweetheart. You know that? I want to meet you in real life. Can I come to Australia soon? Someday, please. Please let me. I would love to meet you, just to like hang out. Like collabs would be a bonus, but just to even be in your presence and watch you live. Oh my god. Yes, this is a bondage sweater. I ordered it up off Amazon. It comes with a free poltergeist that keeps untying my straps every time I move. I want to show Nathan this song. Oh, you're gonna be. I'm in Canada. I'm Canadian. Yeah, I put the Canada tag because so many people mistake me for an American. God forbid. Imagine paying for healthcare. I can't. I am too mentally ill. I still pay for healthcare. Like, I still have to pay for my medications and stuff. But if I had to pay to see a psychiatrist, oh boy. No. Yep. Unsub by. Sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of Americans. I know it's tough. I'm saying it's messed up because it's a joke how America does not have free healthcare. It tears me apart. It hurts me to my core because like everybody needs healthcare and America needs healthcare the most. They're like free guns, but healthcare? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna play one for Nathan. This one's called Rebirth. I hope you like it. It's a song imagining if you could be anything you wanted and you could change anything about yourself. What would you change? Life's a game that was fixed from the start. We keep running though we've already lost. Don't you bore too deep into my heart. Knowledge comes at such a deadly cost. And don't ask what you don't wanna know. You're not ready for what I've got to show. And when you come down to earth, oh, what a wonderful rebirth into this dimension with all these physical limitations, the terms and conditions of your body. Oh, that you're not and what you wanna be, what you wanna be, what you wanna be, what you wanna be. Ooh, 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 oh. Now guard your houses and bar your doors, 'cause you're not prepared for what's in store. Guard your houses and bar your doors, 'cause you're not prepared for what's in store. Clusters of hurricanes and hail and rain, the perfect storm, and it's my emergency, and I come first. I'm always prepared for the worst. And I'll let you play guitar. And when, there we go, that's the chord. You come down to earth. Oh, what a wonderful rebirth into this dimension with all these physical limitations, the terms and conditions of your body. All that you're not and what you wanna be, what you wanna be, what you wanna be. What you wanna be. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I was feeling that one. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Damn. Did anybody hear that? That was just me. Oh, that's that. I'm making noises with these things. That's what's happening. Okay. That was a breath of fresh air. That song just like breathes. That song is just... I should have just called it The Wind because it just takes every breath out of me. Oh my gosh, absolutely. I'm gonna go to Australia. I'm scared though. Put me in bubble wrap. There's too many things that could kill me. Like, I'm so terrified of like all sorts of bugs and I just cannot. But also, the ocean is... Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Karsten. Merci. Thank you so much. And Great Toad with the 34 months. Bless your face. Bugs are your friends. Yeah. No, I can name a few bugs that aren't my friends. Cockroaches. Ants. Mosquitoes. Wasps. Horseflies. Deer flies. I could go on. Centipedes. Don't like those bad boys. Maggots. Like the babies of bugs, bug babies are the worst. Okay. Don't tell me that, Kagome. I already like am sketchy about going to Florida because of the Florida man phenomenon. Like, oh, hi Fairy Lee. It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. At this present time, big spiders between trees. I can deal with spiders though. That's a weird thing. I'm okay with spiders unless they jump up on me. Like if they fall from the ceiling while I'm in the shower, I'm gonna get spooked. But literally, it could be like, I don't know, a potato falling from the ceiling. I'd still get spooked because nobody expects something to jump from the ceiling while you're in the shower. Ginseng, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh my gosh, thank you. Most of those are Oz too. Redback, funnel web spiders, snakes, and crocodiles. Get rid of those bugs. I'm reading it in your voice too. Snakes and crocodiles, get rid of those bugs. I'm trying. Sorry if that's offensive. I have a very vivid imagination. So anytime I read, it's terrible. Okay, well, I hope I gave you a good laugh at least. You can make fun of my accent anytime. My Canadian accent. But yeah, I don't know why my brain does that. It's just like anytime expired is here, I read it in a British accent because expired's from the UK. And he's trying to mimic Russell Crowe. Stop. Okay. Thank you so much for your raid. I appreciate it. And for hanging around. If you want some good times, some laughs, some tears, we got it all for you. We got all the laughs, all the tears, all of the emotions, whatever you want. I have tons of originals on my list if you guys want to peruse. Mostly tears. Not today. Today I played a sad song and I laughed at the end. Did you notice that? Because I'm not letting anything get me down today. I biked an hour in the rain today to get all of the shit that I need to get done because for some reason the pharmacy decided that they weren't gonna refill my life-saving medication because I hadn't had it renewed in the past year, so I must not need it anymore. So they couldn't do it yesterday. They had to call my doctor and wait a whole day. And now I have my lung steroids. AKA I have asthma and I need an inhaler. Did I put that in the title? Okay. Let me play a song and then I'll talk about it. I can't keep up with chat today, but I know I gotta play this song for your raid, and I'm sorry it took me so long, and I hope that you stayed long enough that you could hear it. Alright, here we go. crazy story, Zamlab. No way. You had asthma and you started smoking and it went away. Don't tell the doctors that. They'll like delete you from this timeline. Some people think that the visible things define what's within, and I've been there before. Welcome, Mel, but that life's a bore, so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just will never be there. Everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah, yeah. Some people live. Some people search for a fountain. It promises forever young. You know, some people need 3 dozen roses, yeah, and that's the only way to prove you love them, yeah. So yeah, I just squeaked. I have like a squeaker toy in my throat. Alright, let's see if I go. Some people think that the visible things define what is within, but there's no one to share, no one who truly cares for me. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just will never be there. Everything means nothing if I ain't got you, you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just want everything. Everything means nothing, nothing if I ain't got you, yeah. If I ain't got you with me, baby, so nothing in this whole wide world don't mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby. It's morning and you gotta be productive. Oh my gosh. Ooh, mornings. Suspicious. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for following, and I hope you come back soon. You definitely got on the right train. Casa de Gallo, welcome back for 11 months. Good to see you. I went biking today, like a lot. Like I biked a lot today. And I think like all of the gunk that has been mustering up in my lungs from all the smoking this past month is just coming out right now as I sing. Oh. Spectral, thank you for the 15-month resub. This is actually a Nord. This is a Nord Stage 3. I could have bought a car, but I bought this piano instead. And I guess that shows you where my priorities in life are. I really, really want this keyboard. Like, because does your keyboard do this? Anyways, I love this keyboard. It does cool things. And also, it's a MIDI keyboard too. That just I like don't even use any other keyboards because the hammer action is so accurate for the velocity. Yeah, well that's it. Like this is like the audio sound, but I could also record it in MIDI and make some amazing stuff. I see some people in chat typing road code. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy for you folks to get the code out of me. You have to become part of the brigade. You have to understand and communicate as a human being first, okay? We're not just spamming things to try and win prizes. We actually want to make some connections here. So how you doing? Where you from? The giveaway spam is because we're doing a huge road giveaway. Now, there are so many prizes. You can't because you're a robot. So how are you on Twitch then? I'm very confused. Okay, if you go to my About panels in my page and you scroll down, there's a little panel that says Road Warriors. If you click on that, it'll give you all the information you need. But anybody can enter, and there's details on how to get tickets. You got to be following all these streamers because the music streamers are... Every music streamer, I'm not explaining this very well because I personally am a little bit confused at all times. Let me try that again. We are on week 3 of Road Mike's incredible giveaways. And myself, along with some other music streamers, including our friend Sunfire TV, C Miller Music, Boss XE, 66 Samus, and Hazy are all combining forces. So all of our communities are going to be entered into a raffle to win. I literally can't even say all of these things. There's so many things. I'm just... So many things that I can't even say them out loud because I will literally just stutter. But yeah. Oh wait, was it muted? When I go to that, does it mute? Oh my god, it did. Thank you for pointing that out. That's actually really important. Huh. So the whole time I was talking, you didn't hear anything. Great. Anyways, so I was just talking about the giveaway. Yeah, anyways, there's a couple ways to get your raffle tickets. I think one of the ways is by following these creators. And then a big way is by just hanging out in stream and learning the secret code. Dun, dun, dun. Which I'm not going to tell you if you just come in my stream just to follow me, just to get a raffle ticket. I feel so used. I feel so used. There's so many talented streamers here. You should just enjoy your time here. You got to become one of us if you want the code. It's very obvious. For people who are community members, you already know the code. But follow that link. Click the panel in my Discord. Or you can just go here. Yeah, I messed that up. Yeah, you guys can enter the giveaway as well. Everybody can enter, y'all. Have a good one, Mel. A giveaway. Yeah, I know. Well, it's going on throughout the week, so it's not today, but you can earn your tickets all week, and then at the end of the week they're gonna draw. So I think Road Mikes is in the chat. If Road Mikes wants to explain it a little better than I did, that could also be... Wait, did my font just get smaller, or am I just still as equally blind? No, my font is just very small. Oh my god. I wish my eyeballs worked better. class. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if you type it in chat. Road Mikes, are you here? Do you have to type it in chat or do you type it in the website? I should know this, but I don't. No, because we're not doing it right now. It's like a week-long thing. And it's not just me, it's Rode Microphones that's sponsoring it. You have to type it in the website? Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's not even in chat. You have to type it on the website. So you don't need to type random words in chat. Don't worry. We are going to play more music. What is in the queue right now? I'm very confused. There's too many things happening. And streamer song list. Okay, there we go. Are you telling me there's already 8 songs in the queue? Okay. Okay. Let's get down to business. I will reveal the code at some point during the stream, but you can't just type, what is the code? What? Yo, you got, bro, you got any codes? Got any of that? Got any codes? No, not for you. You fiend. You giveaway fiend. Come enjoy some quality stream content first and maybe I'll consider it. Those of you already know. If you know it, you know it. You already know what the word is. What word could it possibly be? Okay, go in the Discord. If you are in the Discord, I'm going to post it in the voice chat spam. Actually, we'll just put it in regular sub chat. And you'll delete it so nobody can have it. Okay, there you go. There's your first hint, so you guys can get a head start. Do what you will with this information. It's so obvious. Like, how could it not be? Anyways, we're going to play a song from the glorious Rabouf now. I'm going to continue playing songs because this is a music stream. In fact, yeah, we have a surprisingly large number of mods here for this late at night. So thank you, mods, for being here. I'm sorry I don't stream as much. I had a busted ass weekend. I was busting my balls trying to play shows everywhere, and then Sunday I was hungover as fuck. I lost a day. Sunday never happened. I slept all day, and then Monday I was like, oh my god, I gotta be a person again. And then now I'm like, okay, I got this. Yeah, so don't let me near booze, please. I mean, we're due, but don't worry. The phlegm is just from biking all day. It's just like my asthma makes me very mucusy, and the allergies from the fall weather. And then I get home, and I just okay. Can I post it? It's in the Discord. Fantastic. You have to be a sub in the Discord for the first hint. But I will reveal the hint later. Because I'm a tease. And I'm a little bit of a sadist too. I like to torture people. Mentally. So, sorry, it's not going to be easy for you. But if you want to become part of the community, you don't even have to be a sub. Don't worry. I will make it available for people who aren't subs. It's totally free. But I just want to make sure that people aren't just going to what hump and dump? What do you call it? one night stand and leave with the band. Just like follow and YOLO. I don't know. Whatever the expression is, when someone just follows you just to win a giveaway and then they leave. Ha! Joke's on you, I'm a masochist. Okay, perfect. This fits within my fantasy. Salbutamol, yes. That is what I am on. I love it. I don't think I need to use it now. Pump and dump, that's it. That was what I was looking for. Thanks, Jabroni. Wait, did I say that? Oh, I said hump and dump. I think it was pump and dump. Man, you know what? I'm gonna stop talking now. I'm gonna play a song. This is an original song that I wrote. I'm having fun with you guys, which is fun. But also, some people are here for the music. Can one of my mods add with me for Shanus? Heart on my sleeve. It's not a secret, it's been shattered. My mind is a disease. Can't seem to put it over matter. It's no matter the reality. My mind keeps playing tricks on me. My hands start shaking. I'm breaking at the seams. No, original. No. I meant with me. Justin's song, not repeat. Repeat's already in the queue. Oh, you can't hear? Are you in a loud bar right now? Oh no, not that one. Hans Reese Salmon wants to know, is it only songs on the song list or can you request for other? It is only songs in the song list, and it's only for subs or people who donate currently, because that's just how we keep things nice and clear and simple. Because if everybody requests a song, then I can't play everyone's request. So we used to do followers could have songs and subs, but subs are priority. But then I got to the point where it's like, well, there's so many priority requests, we never get to play any follower requests. So I don't want to give you false hope and say that I'm going to play a song for you, because this is unrealistic. We usually get at least like 15 to 20 priority requests to stream, so it's like, and I talk a lot. So I'm going to start that song over. I'm so sorry, Raboof. We're going to get this for you. Heart on my sleeve. It's not a secret, it's been shattered. And my mind is a disease. Can't seem to put it over matter. Cause no matter the reality, my mind keeps playing tricks on me. My hands start shaking, I'm breaking at the seams. And I can't forget. So I drink it hard and associate till there's nothing left. And I wanna that's empty. Someone save me from these memories. They keep playing on repeat. Repeat. Wish I could see the shades of gray, but I only see black, white, and red. I'd cut my eyes out and go blind. It's just that the visions are in my head. And
tissue. Open and infected wounds from all my past issues. And my hands start shaking. I'm breaking at the seams. And I can't forget 400K bits back. My drink get high to dissociate. Whoa, till there's nothing left. I want a head that's empty. Someone save me from these memories. They keep playing on repeat. Repeat. It's November 2nd. Yes, barely got it. Woo, it's November 2nd, 2021. Oh my God, and the current time is 7:43. Hold on, relax, it's just a flashback. Hold on, relax, it's just another panic attack. Hold on, relax, it's just a flashback. Hold on, relax, it's just another panic attack. Hold on, relax, it's just a flashback. Hold on, relax, it's just another panic attack. Hold on, relax, it's just a flashback. Hold on, relax, it's just another panic attack. I can't forget. So I drink it hard and dissociate till there's nothing left. Oh, I want a head that's empty. Someone save me from these memories. They keep playing on repeat. Playing on repeat. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. We got a resub from Wackalema for 42 months. That's since the beginning of time, my friend. 42 months? What? I've been streaming for 42 months. Truthiness, thank you for the 90 bits. And Red Roof for the 1,000. And Jensek with the 555. I'm so spoiled today. Y'all buy me like a car today with today's bits. Like a cheap car, but like still. I'm gonna go to the dealership. I don't even know how to buy a car. I couldn't fall asleep last night because my brain was like, how do I buy a car? I should ask Reddit. No stupid questions. How do I buy a car? How do I know what model I want? How do I know what color? What make? Do I buy used? Do I buy new? Or a new piano? No, I think... Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, don't go on a 3-day drinking bender if you ever expect to... Not only 3-day drinking, but 3-day drinking and singing every day. My voice is so fucked, man. I fucked up. There was the Thursday stream with Andy, and we actually did sing on that one, and then we did drunk karaoke later, and it's loud bars, so everybody's shouting because nobody can hear shit. And then Friday was a gig. I actually didn't drink that much that night. I only had one drink, but I did sing my ass off. And then Saturday was the Halloween house party, and I sang my ass off, and I drank way too much. And now my voice sounds like this. But it's okay. I'm going to do what I can today. Probably when I'm talking a lot to distract you from the fact that yeah. Okay. Holy smokes, there's a lot of songs in the queue. Okay, we're going to get to these songs then, I guess. Somewhere in Europe. I am not in Europe. I am very much not in Europe. I am in Ottawa, Canada. But yeah, that's a part of the song. If anybody's still hanging around from Nathan's stream, he was talking about like grounding techniques, and I really enjoyed that. Please check out Nathan Cavalieri if you haven't already. He does like these mental health streams, and they're really cool. They're like podcasts / like little chill friend circles. And he talks about mental health and his own experiences, and we just like share and, connect.
but yeah, I was talking about grounding exercises. So this song is called Post Traumatic, and one of the exercises that's really helped me that I learned when I'm having a flashback or having a dissociative episode is I say the date and the time. And if I can't remember the date, if you're with me and you ask me what's the date, what's your name, like I can usually get my name. I usually remember my name, but I don't know what date it is, and I usually don't know where I am. So that's a good thing to like ground me. It's like the date is November 2nd, 2021. I'm at my house, and then you say whatever the address is. I'm not telling you my address, but like if I'm at a bar, for instance, like I'm at Deacon Brody's, we're on Elgin Street, it's downtown, you know? So that helps me kind of latch onto something, and also looking at the things around me too. Like I'm like, oh, I'm looking at, this is my art that I put up on the wall. I put that there. This is my camera that I bought. And like, this is my mouse pad that one of my viewers bought for me. Like, this is my mouse pad. And then I'll give it a little squish. And then I just try to come back to reality a bit. So I hope that helps somebody, anybody. Poison with a resub too. Poison, thank you for your 40 months. Holy shit. And Zamlop, thank you for gifting that to Truthiness. Ooh, that's a drop T. It is incredible. Deadpool is like my one crush, my one like superhero crush I will allow. Like every woman ever, and then Deadpool. Every woman and Deadpool. Okay, Montero for Zamlop coming up next. How did I do this one last time? I did like every woman. I was talking about like comic book characters. If we're talking about humans, I do have actual standards, but they're pretty low for women. Because every time I freaking ask a girl on a date and she says yes, or she asks me on a date and I say yes, they just ghost me, and I can't do that anymore. I'm so sick of the cat and mouse game when both people want to be the mouse. I'm like, bro, I don't have time for games. I made a plan. Let's stick to the plan. And they're like, sorry, can't come. I'm like, oh, that's okay. That's your move. If you cancel the plans, it's on you to make another one. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to keep bugging you to make more plans. And rant. What am I doing? Montero. Right. We're doing Montero. Chords. Oh, if it's extended to video games, then yeah, like The Witcher. Hello. Geralt. Geralt can get it. He can get it in every position. Like, whew. Also, Viego in League of Legends. I'm sorry, but he can also get it. He can be my ghost daddy. Play some fucking music. Okay, no, but we're doing Montero. It's late at night, okay? It's late. My meds, the crack they put me on for being ADHD is far out of my system. It is long gone. Oop. So you're getting regular unfiltered merms. I don't know how I functioned this long without fucking Vyvanse. Oh my god. Just like How did I life? How did I even life? How did I even life? All right, we're gonna try it. So it's like, so. Is it? No, it's E major. That's it. Okay. Cut it back. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're gonna try this. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't smile in my face, romantic. How can you not even have to try? You couldn't have to fight with me tonight. Looking at the table, all I see is red and white. Baby, you ain't living life, but baby, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not phased, I'm only innocent. And even in your garden, you know that you can. Come in when you want, come in when you need. Come in the morning, I'll be on the way. Come in when you want, come in when you need. Come in the morning, I'll be on the way. Never kiss a fellas that's in my league. I wanna fuck the ones that envy. Cocaine, drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not phased, I'm only here to sin. If even in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on my way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me over your name, I'll be on my way. Like, private, call me by your name. Tell me you love me in private. Descending into hell for making that song so sexual. I'm sorry I butchered the whole second verse. I lost where I was and I probably should just be wearing my glasses. Oh, lyrics. Those are lyrics, not scribbles. I see. It's sign of the time, every time that I speak, in a diamond and mine, it was mine every week, but a time and incline, God was shining on me. Damn, like, he's got bars. Baby's got bars. Baby got bars. Raboof, I can't believe you're at 400K. I just finished making the 300K bid badge for you. Nobody else is ever going to achieve this level of legendary. And now I've got to make a 400K badge and a 400K emote. They're not unicorn themes. No, they're vision themes because I like to see. I could put a unicorn horn here, but it would just look like I have a penis on my forehead. I don't really want to do that. It is a pretty badge. Well, it was the fairy from Zelda, which I admit is not original because I get it. Everybody likes Zelda, but I also love Zelda, so I'm gonna use Zelda shit for my emotes. Which is why all of you guys have rupees when you cheer. Anyways. Kagome, your song is up next. I was the first person to actually have Zelda sounds for my alerts, so y'all are copying me? Excuse me, sir, you're actually copying Nintendo franchise. So, yikes. Bang bang! The nerdy look. I don't look like a nerd. I'm not a nerd. What do you mean? I don't just sit at my home and play video games and read books and talk about science all day. Oh, wait. I literally have a nerd emote, okay? I know I'm a nerd. I've embraced the nerd. I gotta... Sorry. Squeeze me. That's not very ladylike. Well, you know what? Neither am I. Okay. I don't know if I can do this in the original key today, so... No, I'm not drinking the laugh juice. I horked it right into the bucket. The garbage. Garbaggio. This right here, see this? This is the result of the laugh juice incident. I no longer can spit into the cup because it is a straw. It's exit only, okay? Exit only with the sucking force of my own lips. I was gonna say forceps. The forceps that are my lips is the only force that can extract the gooey nectar of this Naruto Hello Kitty water bottle. Because as we've seen, I also, not only do I drink laugh juice, I spill laugh juice everywhere constantly. So this is like basically sippy cup for Merms because Merms don't do good with movement. Merms is glutz. They're not even stickers. It's like printed onto the water bottle. Avec un peu de violon. Peut-être. J'ai encore le violon parce que j'ai oublié réapporter. How do you say bring it back? I forgot to bring it back. I forgot to give it back. So I still have the violin, but I haven't practiced it. So I don't really want to play violin today. Rendre. Je ne les rendrai pas. Hi. C'est trop Mimi. C'est quoi Mimi? C'est mignon? Est-ce que Mimi, c'est coupe pour mignon? Oh my gosh. Tom. Hi, Tom. He said that in the message. Hi, Tom. I just got called out before I even finished reading the message. Thank you for the resub, Tom. Tom? I could just call you Thom. Thom. 2 Thoms way up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just trying to be silly. Thank you for being 33 months. Je ne l'ai pas rendu. Je ne l'ai pas rendu. Yes. So, I still have the violin. But, I'm going to try actually playing some songs. Where did I pick? Okay. She got a body like an... What? That was so trash. She got a body like an hourglass. Okay. What's the original key? You need a bag. I think that's the original key. Okay, let's do it high. Fuck it. Fuck it. She got a body like an hourglass, but I can give it to you all the time. Yeah. She got a body like a Cadillac, but I can send you into overdrive. You got a very big mouth, but don't say over. See, anybody could be bad to you. You need a gun, gonna blow your mind. Hey, bang, bang, into the room. I know you want it, bang, bang, all over you. Unless you have it, wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till you. Bang, bang, there goes your heart. Unless you have it, back seat of my car. Wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till she might let you hold her hand in school, but I'ma show you how to graduate. No, I don't wanna hear you talk the talk. Just come and show me what your mama gave you. No, you got a very big mouth, but don't say a thing. See, anybody could be bad to you. You need a good girl to blow your mind. Hey, bang, bang, into the room. I know you want it, bang, bang, all over you. I let you have it. Wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till you. Oh, 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 bang, bang, there goes your heart. I let you have it, back seat of my car. I know you want it. Wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till you. It's Miss Scott with spits in the bottle. It's Nikki Bros throttle. It's oh. Swimming in the grotto, we dipping in the lotto, we swinging in the bag of blue ball. Dope, king so good, it's dripping on wood. Get a ride, it's that good. Dope, Batman, Robin, it, Bang, cocking it, Queen, Nicky, dominant, prominent. It's me, Jesse, and Aubrey. If they test me, they're sorry. Riders, like hardly them pull up in his Ferrari. Now if we hanging, we banging. Phone ringing, we slanging. Now it ain't karaoke, now but get the mic, cause I'm singing. B to the A, to the N, to the G, to the hey, B to the A, to the N, to the G, to the. Anybody could be good to you. You need a bag, gotta pay your mind. Oh, bang, bang, into the room. I know you want it, bang, bang, all over you. I let you have it. Wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till bang, bang, there goes your heart. I let you have it, back seat of my car. I know you want it. Wait a minute, let me take you there. Wait a minute till oh, bang, bang. So, anyways, sunny popping out. I'm gonna be doing a recording, a cover. I am recording a cover of that with the legendary Halocene. It is gonna be epic. there's gonna be a video. I'm probably gonna wear this shirt in the video. I don't know why I like this shirt a lot. I think it's I like it. But I don't know if you guys have outfit suggestions, or if you want to even like mail me something or send me an Amazon gift card to buy something. Like, I don't know what to wear. I'm gonna be on Halisane's YouTube channel, guys. Like, I gotta look good. I gotta look as good as Addie. Like, that's a lot to live up to. Like, she is a goddess, okay? She is the ultimate babe. Like, she's married. But like, yes, this is a damaged voice from the weekend. That was very, did you hear that? You need a bad kind of like, this so strained. How do you not hear that? Like, if I exaggerate it, you can hear it, but like, it's very, I don't know how to describe it. That tone. Wear the pineapple dress? No. I know, I gotta look fly. I do have a P.O. box if you guys want to send me stuff. My P.O. box is 42022 Saint Laurent, Ottawa, Ontario. K1K 4L8. You even sing when you talk? Do I sing when I talk? I don't think that I do. Something else. Thank you. Hi, Ryan. By the way, I don't know if I said hi to Ryan. There's so much happening right now. I just can't keep up. It's too much. 42022. Saint Laurent. Oh yeah, Saint Laurent. I don't know if the captions probably can't. Yes! Oh my gosh, if you guys send me Christmas cards or holiday cards or even New Year's Eve cards or just like end of the year, whatever you celebrate, send me a card. I'm gonna be, it's in the description, or you can just do command P.O. box. Send me everything that I get in my P.O. box from now until New Year's. I'm not gonna open. I'm gonna save it all for the big New Year's stream, because we usually do like we used to do 24 hours, but you know, Merms is an old grandpa now. I'm too old for these 24-hour shenanigans, and I don't want to have to resort to smoking crack to stay up for that long. So probably 12 hours. We can maybe push for 16 hours. Because last time we did 12 and it didn't feel long enough. I was like, let's do 13. And then I did 13. And then I was like, well, I should probably end now before I start getting lucid. Anyways. Welcome from Brazil. Je mange le fromage. I know. Me and Addie together in one video. It's going to be, first of all, hotness overload. Second of all, vocal belting babe overload. And like, I'm just so excited to see them again. You have no idea, like, just seeing Twitch people in real life that I got to hang out with so much back in before the pandemic, like when TwitchCons were a thing, like it just brings me back, you know. So and I don't think I am going to TwitchCon just because of health and the fact that there's a panini, a big old panini sandwich which spreads in conventions. So yeah. So this is like my little mini TwitchCon, I guess, for the year. It's getting to see Halasine, and I get to meet their little baby. They have a baby. I'm not gonna eat him. Don't worry, chat. I'm actually good with kids. Someone's gonna clip that and take it out of context. Okay. Chénis, est-ce que tu es encore ici? Parce que j'ai une chanson pour toi. Hi. Welcome, everybody. Oui. Okay. I hope this is, I mean, it's kind of a sad song, but it's your birthday, so you get a birthday request. Sorry, I should try and say that in French. C'est une chanson triste, mais parce que c'est ta fête. Parce que c'est ta fête, je vais le faire pour toi. Okay. I hope I got that right. me just make sure this is in tune. I don't play this one a lot at my gigs anymore because, like, it's so sad. And the perfect take, we got it recorded and it's on YouTube. And I just, like, I'm like, I could never live up to that. But it's mostly because, like, there's no way to half-ass this song. If I sing this song, it's whole ass or nothing. I don't need my glasses anymore. I'm not really... I shouldn't be reading chat while I'm playing because it'll just distract me. Oh, there we go. Scribbles. Nice. Days go by, dazed and confused. I thought that I had nothing left to lose. They never walked a mile in your shoes. And my heart fell on the floor when I heard the news. It's like wearing a band-aid to fix broken bones. Man, the room is crowded, but you still feel alone. And I'm trying to speak it, but they don't understand. And I'm trying to fix it, and I don't know if I can. No, but I feel you with me. Oh, and you, I know you can see me. Oh, and I feel you with me. Oh, and you live on in our memories. Frosty wind kisses rosy cheeks. I feel you with a winter breeze, stealing away the weeks like little time thieves. In the darkest place, you gave me the brightest memories. It's like wearing a band-aid to fix broken bones. When a room is crowded, but you still feel alone. And I'm trying to speak it, but they don't understand. And I'm trying to fix it, I don't know if I can. No, but I feel you with me. No, but you know you can see me. Yeah. No, but I feel you with me.
It's like what a band-aid to fix broken bones when the room is crowded, but you still feel alone. And I'm trying to speak it, but they don't understand. And I'm trying to fix it. I don't know if I can. No, but I feel you with me. Knowing you, I know you can see me. Oh, and I feel you with me. Oh, you live on in our memories. Days go by, days that confused. Wow. Thank you for the follows. Welcome, everybody. Ooh, wow. Wow. That was an original of mine. If you really enjoyed it, all of my subs can get that song downloaded for free, or you can find it on YouTube as well with a dope-ass music video, or it's also on Spotify. It's called With Me. My name is Alana Sterling, but here we just call me Merms. You can call me Merms, because Mermaid Unicorn, let's face it, Mermaid Unicorn is a dope-ass name. Alana Sterling, it's all right. But it started with my video game characters. I could be anything I wanted to be. I could make any username I want. So I'm like, Mermaid Unicorn, that's me. And then when it came to Twitch, I was like, well, I'm already Mermaid Unicorn, so. And now I'm famous as Mermaid Unicorn. Not so famous as Alana Sterling, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Hi, welcome everybody who's new. A little bit about me. I'm from Canada. I've been doing music my whole life, but I've been doing it full time for the past 5 or so years. And I was a full-time musician, as well as a waitress, as well as a piano teacher and a vocal teacher, as well as a freelance artist, as well as a bartender, as well as a banquet host. I was working a lot of jobs before I came to Twitch, and now I have one job, which is just be me, do content, make music. So thank you for being here and enjoying this experience and this journey that I am on. As cheesy as that sounds, that is literally how I pay my rent. So thank you. Alana means, actually it's for beautiful or fair. It's Gaelic because I'm actually an Irish citizen, but Canadian born. Paternal bloodline is all Irish immigrants. So yeah, you can. Oh, how can we tip you? Let me just real quick. Bon anniversaire. Ok, ben, tout le monde dit bon anniversaire. Je t'ai enseigné que c'est bonne fête. This is my tip link. It's through PayPal. If you are in Canada, you can e-transfer me too. But I don't have like Venmo or Cash App because I'm not from the States. You can also buy bits through Twitch and then tip through bits if you want. That is another way to tip. Or if you are feeling really frisky, you can also check out my merch on my website. And you can buy some cool art and I will sign it and ship it to you. From the old High German. Oh yeah, I get that. A lot of people think I'm like German, or some people thought I was Russian. But nobody ever thinks Irish. Until it's a literal Irish person, and then they hear my name, Alana Mae Sterling, and they're like, "You're fucking Irish," and I'm like, "I know." Just never been, but. Cat piano solo. I'm not even playing a song, Bel Santo.
Okay, but we'll do the cat piano solo on the next song. We'll do it on Smells Like Teen Spirit. But Ginseng, what you wanted? Positions. Ginseng, wait. You're a sub. You know how to request, right? I could definitely do that for you, but can you put it in the queue and make my life a little bit easier? Because then we could just go boop and then boost it up. I'm loving these song requests, chat. You guys have excellent taste. I'm a little bit biased because most of them are originals, but like, hey, I'm here for that. The only place you can hear Merms originals from the Merms, they self. As soon as you hear that chord, you know what time it is. Right? That's like one of those things, like guess the song based on just like a second. Or yo. That's the note. Yo. I'll tell you what I want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig ah. Okay, stop, Merms. My brain makes these mashups all the time. By the way, if you want to know what it's like inside my brain, it's what is that guy's name? DJ Cumberbund. It's basically, imagine like 5 DJ Cumberbunds all DJing at the same time. That is my brain. And then add a whole bunch of other junk. Yeah! Okay.
She's overboard, self-assured. No, dirty world. When the lights out, is this dangerous? Here we are now, entertainers. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertainers. Of Milano and Omano, of Mosquito, Alavino, yeah. Hey! That's it. Yay. Hey. Alright, there we go. I'm worse than what I do best for this gift. I feel blessed. She's always born and always been always with
what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna ha, 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 ha. Really want a zig-a-zag. Yo. Ready? So here's the story from A to Z. You wanna get with me, you gotta listen to me. We got M in the place that likes it in your face. We got Elik MC who likes it on a easy beat. Doesn't come for free. She's a real lady. Ask for me. You'll see. Slam your body down and wind the dollar around. Slam your body down and a zig-a-zag. Hello, 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 hello. In the true style of grunge. Alright. Rev, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Yeah, that kind of works surprisingly well. Might do that at my next gig for you, Fairy. Definitely could sneak that in. Oh, I busted out my pick though, doing that. My pick doesn't like getting chomped by my strings. Grunge Spice, there you go. I'd be Rainbow Spice though, come on. I'd be Glitter Spice, probably actually. Because Glitter Spice, it's an actual spice. You could spice things with glitter. You know? Just get a little glitter shaker. Stream topic. Yeah, I think the stream title does matter a lot. If you put something really clickbaity, people will fall for it. Like a lot of people fall for stream title. I think what's really important for streamer growth though, when you're small, is networking and topic like category. That also does make a difference, because if you're gonna be streaming, oh gosh, I smudged lipstick everywhere. I should wash my hand off. If you're gonna be streaming League of Legends, good luck. You're not gonna get anywhere. But if you stream something small, like a tight-knit community like Stardew Valley, I used to be able to say music was a tight-knit community and it was a good place to get started, but now there's so many music streamers I don't even fucking know. Small 44K? Wait, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm small. I'd say I'm like small to medium. I'm like a medium streamer. I'm definitely, like there's itty bitty, small to medium, large. There's like massive streamers. No. I would say like small medium. There's so many streamers with like 500 viewers average. And then there's like the 1,000 viewer average, and then there's like 2K, and then blah, blah, blah. I'm like not in the top 1,000. That would be medium to big, would be the top 1,000 to me anyways. I want to be bigger. Can networking overcome if you stream Fortnite? Am I full-time? Yes. I would consider this full-time, even though I only stream 3 or 4 days a week. Like, this is my job. So when I'm not streaming, I'm also like doing musical things. Yeah, it's interesting to think about the future of music on Twitch, especially with the DMCA stuff. It's kind of, but you know, can't be playing people's music without the rights. So sorry. I don't know about that. With Fortnite, I guess you just have to, like, honestly, if you want to be a successful streamer, you got to have the it factor. You got to just be either really fucking talented at the game that you're playing, or you have to be hilarious and just, like, really engaging and really, like, whenever someone new comes in, like, make a conversation with them, make them feel welcome, accepted, feel like they're a friend, like, shoot the shit, go back and forth, you know, ask them questions about themselves. It's very much a two-way street. Like, people want to get something out of you from watching the stream. Yeah, because, like, that's a big mistake that a lot of streamers make, is, like, they'll just say hi. Like, someone in chat will be like, say something, and you'll just say hi, and then that'll die. Like, don't let the conversation die. Keep them there, you know? And then you just got to do that, like, 44,000 times to get to where I am. Anyways. Yeah. Or just be really cute. But honestly, I think being really, like, attractive physically doesn't actually really get you that far. It does get you a click, but it doesn't mean that people will follow you. I personally, if I see a stream and a streamer is in cosplay, I'm more likely to click that stream, just because I have so much love and appreciation for the art that is making your own cosplays, and, like, dressing up as other people is so fun. And that's, like, something I have in common. So cosplay, or people who are, like, really, like, looking like, who is this person? So even if, you know, you don't have, you know, a 10 out of 10 bod and face to work with, if you do cool cosplay stuff, or, like, if you have a cool, like, niche, like, for me, my unicorn head is, like, part of, like, everybody knows me for that unicorn head. Like, they see unicorn head, they think of me. So it's another thing. If you have something that's, like, very you, like, the number of people that send me mermaid stuff and unicorn stuff to my P.O. box is amazing and astounding. If you're too ugly, do cosplay to hide it. That's not what I said, but also kind of is what I said. What I'm saying, no, what I am saying is that if you aren't conventionally attractive, you can milk other parts of your physical appearance to make people want to watch. That didn't say, okay, no, I'm people. This is no more. Stop it. I'm just saying, you can work with what you got. Whatever you have, work with what you got, okay? Work with what you got. You can make it work. Don't clip that. I'm going to be canceled. They're going to cancel me. They're going to be like, Merms thinks that ugly people can't stream. And that's not true. There are plenty of ugly people that stream, okay? And I am not saying that, I mean, everybody's beautiful, but, like, some people are a little bit more beautiful than others, okay? It's just, you can't say everybody's beautiful. There are some people that aren't, like there are more pretty than other people, okay? Name 2 ugly streamers. Oh my god. Like, the top 10 male streamers are all just, like, not really good looking dudes, to be honest. Put the shovel down. It's okay. They can come for me if they want. Body painting streams? Dude, are you talking about my cat piano body painting? Is that sexist? That's... Oh, wait. No, you can't. Stop right there. Thank you very much. I need you to shut the fuck up. No, we're not doing that. Aw, thanks, Parker. We just played that one on stream. Believe it or not, we were actually playing music on stream today. It'd be interesting to look at. There you go. There you go. Something like that. Oh, shit. Any other controversial topics you want to talk about before my foot comes out of my mouth? Yeah, well, that's it. For me, like, somebody who's good looking is all about how you portray yourself. Because you could be looking like a trash can, but you throw some piercings, some fucking colored funky hair, and a skateboard on that dude, and you bet I will bang his ass. Like, it doesn't take much. Just, you can make it work. You can make it happen. Okay, music. Nobody's clipping this stuff, man. I'm full of quality content, and y'all just sitting there like, when's the music happening? When am I gonna get the Rode mic giveaway password? Okay, what am I doing? Doing time. I'm saying I don't know it. LMFAO, no you didn't. Okay. Hey, Lupus figured out the code. Wait, not Lana Del Rey? Excuse me? Sublime, thank you very much. The answer is yay. Yay. I will put anything on pizza. What is this? E-quartz? No. What? Very close. We do have a cat piano emote, by the way, and it is just as cursed as you think it would be. Step 1, get a hot tub. Step 2, get a banana. Bam, you've become attractive. This is the part where we say beauty is subjective. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. That's the one. All right. We're doing a song now. I swear. I swear on my butt cheek, but only one of the butt cheeks because I will lose it. Yeah, well that's it. Like Kawaii Mistress knows, like when you get a new piercing, it doesn't just change the way you look, it changes the way you feel about yourself. You're like, fuck yeah, my nose is such a cool nose because I have a nose ring. You know, like I actually like hated my nose for so long. I got a nose ring and I'm like, now I want to show off my nose. Also, I love my nose now. I have a great nose. Even though it's like really like, could cut a bitch with his nose, but it's my nose and I like it. Okay. Oh, I used to do this one as a loop. I did this one as a loop with saxophone, but I'm just gonna do it with guitar for today. Cause the saxophone is still busted. I haven't fixed it. I don't even know how to fix it. I gotta go to the music store. Figure some shit out. Oh yeah. Capo 3rd fret. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the cat piano. Can you refund? I'm so sorry. This is where you have to redeem it while I'm playing the song, and everybody has to shout cat piano at the same time. Otherwise, I always forget. I do play sax. I play a lot of things, believe it or not. Fuck. Thanks. Summertime and the living's easy. Rallies on a microphone with Ross MG. All the people in the dance will agree that we're qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louis, we gonna run to the party and dance to the rhythm. It gets harder. Yeah, me and my girl, we got this relationship. I love her so bad. but she treats me like shit. I'm locked down like a penitentiary. Spreads the loving all over, and when she gets home, there's no left for me. It's summertime, and the living's easy. Bradley's on a microphone with Ross MG. All people in the dance will agree that we're well qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louie, we're gonna run to the body and dance to the rhythm. It gets harder. It gets harder. Oh, take this veil from off my eyes. All my burning sun will someday rise. So what am I gonna be doing for a while? Said I'm gonna play with myself, yeah. Show them now we've come off the shelf. Oh, summertime and the living's easy. Riley's on the microphone with Ross MG. All people in the dance will agree that we're qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louie, we're gonna run to the party and dance till the rhythm that gets harder, yeah. Evil, I've come to tell you that she's evil, most definitely evil, overly scandalous and evil, most definitely the tension is getting harder. I like to hold her head underwater. Oh, me and my girl, we got this relationship. I love her so bad, but she treats me like shit. Yeah, me and my girl, we got this relationship. I love her so bad, but she treats me like shit. Me and my girl, we got this relationship. Yeah. Take it for me, yeah. Show me now we come off the shelf. Take a tip for me. Riley's on the microphone with Ross, and all the people in the dance will agree that we're qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louie, we're gonna run everybody, run to the rhythm. It gets harder. Yeah, we did like a sweet loop of that one with like sax, and I'm like, oh hey, what's up, native? How you doing? How you living? Tu comptes venir en France pour faire une prestation? Prestation, was that like a gig? Perform? Sometime, éventuellement, dans le futur. Thank you, Gui Fiddle. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Do you play fiddle? And guitar. I just realized what that name is. That's like the ultimate 2 strings. I fucked up my pick really bad playing that grunge song. Yeah, c'est un cancer. I'm just gonna speak in English because my brain, I haven't practiced my French, I'm sorry. I need to get back on the Duolingo, but too many things. Brain can't do the things. Too many things. Okay. Fairy Lee, I used to teach music. I don't really do it anymore. I've had a few people ask me for it, and I can't manage everything that I have already. So it'd be very irresponsible for myself and my student to take on music lessons. Also, I'm not really that great of a saxophonist. I didn't really take lessons, so so I couldn't teach you saxophone. I could teach you like singing, piano, and guitar are like the usual ones that I teach. I taught a bit of trumpet as well, but even trumpet, like I am like a beginner, intermediate trumpet. I'm probably teaching you wrong. I'll teach you how to do it okay. But your song is up next. And yes, I want to go to France to do a tour. I want to tour France and England and Germany and Ireland and like all those places. But I don't know how to plan a tour. So if anybody knows a tour manager who could book me a tour in the UK and Europe, hit me up. Get at me, because I want to do it. I just got to get my album out. All right, let's do Heartbeat. Just for the sake of time, maybe we'll do an acoustic version of it instead of trying to do the loop version. Because I should take a break. It is about 2 hours in and I should take a break. Have you guys been getting ads? If you're not subscribed here, have you been getting ads? Please let me know. There's this whole thing where Twitch is like kind of basically forcing ads on creators. Otherwise they'll like cut your pay. So it's kind of a little bit sus, but no ads yet? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, well we will run an ad break when I do the break, just so you guys know. But please stick around and watch the ads because it does help me a lot as a creator. If you're watching for free, the best way to support when you can't support is just watch the ads. Like creators get paid for that. It puts an extra $50 in my wallet every month from just followers just watching ads. So and now that Twitch is cutting sub revenue, creators are not even getting half of the subs. You guys need to know this. When you subscribe, I'm very appreciative of it and you get all the perks of being a sub. But Twitch is now only giving, for me as a Canadian, it's different for every country, but for me, I'm only getting 40% of that money, and Twitch takes 60% of it. So, to balance that out, they're like, but we'll give you more money, but you have to run ads like multiple times an hour, and we'll give you money for these ads. So I'm in a really weird position where it's like, you know, of course I don't want to be the person that's like, I am in it for the cash, because I'm not. But also, this is my literal employment full time. So I have to kind of figure it out, you know? Best way for you to support me directly is through PayPal. The direct tips are literally, like, they go to me. I have to pay a little bit of a fee for the donations. Like, PayPal takes a tiny fee. It's like 2.5%. But that's not nearly as close as 60%, which is what Twitch takes from subs. Bits also, like when you buy bits, Twitch takes the cutout when you buy them. So when you're giving me 1,000 bits, I'm getting $10. Like it's a 1-to-1 ratio because you're already paying the fee when you buy the bits. But with subs, you give $5, Jeff Bezos comes down in his fucking chariot from the sky and is like, $3 for me, $2 for Strimmer. So I gotta run ads. So I'm sorry. Just, close your eyes or something. I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna play one more song and then take a quick break. Here's Heartbeat. I hope you like it. Yeah, he doesn't have enough money, right? Oh, my PayPal? Just type !tip in the chat. Yeah, he worked so hard for those subs with his little startup company that he made when he was just a poor millionaire from all of the inheritance from family wealth. So poor. Man, poor millionaires. They only have millions. We should do a full-time ad stream where it's just like a stream and it's just ads. That's actually like, I think that would work if I had like 1,000 average viewers and like people were down for it. But all right, here we go. Always a shadow behind you, the ghost of the memories to remind you. I think that's illegal. Can you like send money through the P.O. box? I don't actually know. My grandma used to send me like toonies and like bills in the cards, but I think that's like okay. But I think like just like giving someone like $1,000 cash in the mail, pretty sure that's kind of like sus, especially around Christmas time. Okay, sorry. Stop getting distracted, Merms. Thank you for the resub, King Know It All. Welcome back. Cheers. Yeah, Twitch is always taking 50% of subs revenue. A little bit more than that, actually, to be honest. Always a shadow behind you, ghost of the memories to remind you, fragments of their presence, those who robbed her of her innocence, walking, 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 walking through the street, just silence, 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 nothing but my heartbeat, nothing but my heartbeat, and every time that we meet, just silence, 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 nothing but my heartbeat, nothing but my heartbeat. Whoa. Just because you can't see them doesn't make them any less real. A recollection of masks to conceal all the insecurities she feels. So she dissociates you to the street, walking, 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 walking through the street, silence, 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 nothing but my heartbeat, nothing but my heartbeat, and every time that we meet, just silence, 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 nothing but my heartbeat, nothing but my heartbeat. Walking, 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 walking through the street, just silence, 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 silence. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Break time. Thanks. Hi, CK. Hello. Hello. I liked your Mortal. It was Mortal Kombat, right? I'm not just. I know my cosplays. Yes, I do. The purple one with the swamp. Yeah. It has been a very long time since I played Mortal Kombat on NES, but it was a Super Nintendo. Anyways, thank you. I got this shirt. It was an impulse buy on Amazon, but it's kind of attacking me. And I'm probably going to replace these ribbons with something like a little better. If I could get like a big tie-dye rope, because these ribbons feel kind of cheap. The shirt itself is dope though. It matches my hair and my everything. I just got my roots done, but it looks like my skin color. Like it's so pale. I got little braids put in. See these cute things? No, you don't, because I'm wearing headphones the whole time. Show them off for a bit. Here we go. Yes. I know, right? Right? She actually pinned them up, so there was like a cool thing like happening, but they fell out because I can never. Yes, it is the famous body painter CKC. Yeah. I love this look. I might do this more often because like I want to have a side shave, but without the actual commitment to shaving my head. But she's a professional. Like, look how clean these lines are. That's fucking clean, man. She nailed this. She definitely, yeah, definitely feeling my like ethereal elf Viking fantasy. I don't even know what this is, but I can't believe how light she got. This is like 20 minutes of bleach. Look how light. I look like I'm even bald because that's just how white it is. It's gonna look so good with the color. Oh my god. Yeah, I think it looks even better than if it was shaved. Like these braids are sick. It's just so cool. Little French brazzles. Okay, I am going to take a quick break. So we are going to go to YouTube and I'm going to put on I matched Devin Townsend's guitar colors. Devin Townsend has like a bajillion guitars though, for real. Legend, actual legend. Thank you for the bits. Thanks, Git Fiddle. Okay. So we're gonna put on a music video for y'all's. Let's do, you know what? I don't even know what to put on. Because you guys have seen all these, most of you have seen all these videos before. But let's do chemicals. We'll put chemicals on. All right. And then we're gonna run some baddies, if you will. So stick around, watch them, give me the monies, okay? I need monies so I can pay for my rent and therapy because I so desperately need it, okay? You can see this. I need therapy. And it's muy expensivo. Okay, I'm going, I'm leaving, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. Oh my god, okay, bye.
Can't do anything as I watch you fall. Digging it deeper every single day. Making a grave where you'll soon be buried in. I'm holding my fingertips, trying to catch you as you slip down, down, down into the abyss. Just a droplet of life left and look what you do with it. So much potential, and yet you throw it all away, babe. How new low, consequential, self-induced neuron decay. And then they hurt you so bad, so you hurt yourself too, yeah. Just to try to fly away from the pain inside of you. And I'm losing euphoria. I offered you my shoulder, wish I could do more for you, but she'll never be satisfied. Lies says she's done crying, but her tears are never dry. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no. So much potential, and you just throw it all away, babe. All new low, consequential, self-induced, no wrong decay. And then they hurt you so bad, so you hurt yourself too, yeah. Just to try to fly away from the pain inside of you. And am I losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood? I said, am I losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood? Said, am I losing you, my love, to all the chemicals in your blood? I said, am I losing you, to all the chemicals in your blood?
Also seeker, milliliters of a concoction to knock your socks off. Look what you've done, explosive heat on your clock. Let's take this last talk.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. I ain't your possession, so just move along. I've been a lone wolf my whole life, no question. You better learn your lesson and just move on. Cause you're pulling me too close to edge and pushing me away. Mister, better listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip from my wrist and I might stay. I got bruises on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips, pressed into your lips, try to push you away. It's written on my face. Either way, your shackles won't drag your chains. Yeah, you put me in the cage, it's driving me insane. Every time I try to escape, you try to place the blame. So it's my fault, I don't want to be playing your stupid games. Now, filthy, dirty, guilty, oh, the feelings you insert in me. Now, I'm not the lady in your prophecy, so get your damn hands off of me. Now, logically, you're bad for me. Typically, you're mad at me. You see black and white, you see wrong and right, but it's all wrong. Yeah, I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. Mr. Vet, listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip on my wrist and I might stay. I got bruises on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips, pressing to your lips, try to push you away. Hey, it's written on my face. So dramatic, manipulative tactics. You're a fan and you're an addict, trying to find a better fix. You got your pics of the litter, a coop full of heads, but I'm not a tricky poos want you don't want them. You got your eyes on the prize, yeah, the golden goose, but she won't lay eggs for you unless you let her loose. Cause you find the one you're losing, cruising for a bruising, you're abusing your power, and now I'm gonna lose it on you. Because you see black and white, you see wrong and right, but it's all wrong. And I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. I ain't in your possession, so just move along. Move along, cause I've been alone for my whole life, no question. You've been alone, you let out and move on. Cause you're pulling me too close to it, you're pushing me away. Mr. Better listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip on my wrist and I might stay. I got bruises on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips, pressed into your lips, try to push you away. It's written on my face. Oh, I can't forget, but I can't forget. Don't try to know my lesson, but I just haven't yet. I can't forgive, but I can't forget. Oh, try to know my lesson, but I just haven't yet. Oh, I can't forgive, I cannot forget. Try to know my lesson, but I just haven't yet. Oh, I can't forgive, but I can't forget.
My hair was hella short. And the reason being was that my left arm was completely disabled. So I couldn't brush my hair. It takes two hands to brush your hair because you have to use one hand to hold it and one hand to brush it. Otherwise, you're just yanking your head and pulling at your scalp. So it's like, I'm tired of this shit. Cut it all off. I don't want hair anymore. I don't want to have knots in my hair that I can't get out. So I cut my hair super short. And then I had like the one long side because I always play with this side anyways. And it was silver. Yes. It was silver. Silver is a very pretty color. It works well with me. I've also had like really long silver hair too. And that was like a mind fuck. I found like a Facebook memory of me with silver hair and I was like, that's me? I'm beautiful? What? Oh, weird. But anyways. Yeah. And then I put on a bald cap and put a wig on and I'm like, my luxurious locks. And then I'm like, actually, I would look good bald. And now I'm like, no, this is the hair for me. I like this hair. Long, like titty length hair is the perfect amount of hair. All right, Casa de Gallo wants to hear Irreplaceable by Beyonce, and I will deliver this to you. But yeah, if you want to enter the road giveaway thing-a-majigga-bob. Is this the link? Do I have it copy-pasted? Yes. Read that. Read the blog. You will learn all you need to know to enter. Anyone can enter. Sassy today? From Beyonce? Okay. I guess. I will serve you maximum sass.
To the left, everything you own in the box to the left, in the closet, yeah, that's my stuff. If I bought it, please don't touch. The kid talking that mess, that's fine, but could you walk and talk at the same time? Now it's my name that's on that jag, to go move your bag, let me call you a cab.
That is a lot of words and not a lot of breath. Let's try that again.
Hoo-hoo.
Power breathe. I'm fine. This is a regular human doing regular human things.
To the left, everything you own in the box to the left, in the closet, that's my stuff, yes, if I bought it, please don't touch. Kid talking that mess, that's fine, but could you walk and talk at the same time now? And it's my name that's on that jag, so go move your bags, let me call you a cab. Standing in the front yard, wondering how I'm such a fool. Think about how I'll never find a man like you. You got me twisted, you must not know about me, you must not know about me. I could have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute. Baby, you must not know about me, you must not know about me. I can have another you by tomorrow, so don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. So go ahead and get going, call up that chick, see if she's home. Whoops, I bet you thought that I didn't know. What did you think that I was putting you out for? Because you was untrue, rolling around in the car that I bought you. Baby, drop them keys, hurry up before your taxi leaves. Standing in the front yard, telling me how I'm such a fool. Talking about how I'll never find a man like you. Yeah, you got me twisted, you must not know about me, you must not know about me. I could have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute. Baby, you must not know about me, you must not know about me. Cause I could have another you by tomorrow, so don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. So since I'm not your everything, how about I mean nothing, nothing at all to you? Baby, I won't shed a tear for you, though I won't lose a wink of sleep, because the truth of the matter is replacing you is so easy. Yeah, yeah. To the left, to the left, everything you own in a box to the left, to the left, to the left. And don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. Oh, you must not know about me. Could have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute. You should pack all your bags, you're finished, cause you made your bed, now lay in it. I could have another you by tomorrow. Don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. Something like that.
H-Mac! Yo, 23 months? Oh my gosh, one more and it's a year.
It's getting hot in here because I am so hot. I am getting so hot because it's hot.
DMCA free version.
Whoa.
bones. Don't take me down. That beautiful, 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 beautiful smell of rain. Love it. Yo, H-Mac, what song do you want to hear? Now I got a wet nose though. Pushing feathers through our skin. The shade of oblivion. Stretch. This is how far my arms can reach, and this is how high my voice can go. I know, Oh, the shoulder stretches. I really need to be getting in on these like hip stretchers, but it's like hard to do it when you're in a chair. Oh, baby. Stretch Armstrong? PT. I'm confused. What? Can you translate those words into something that I would understand? Please. And then we will get right back to music. Oh, yep. Ooh, that's a good butt cheek stretch. Oh, okay. Dio? By Dio, do you mean like Jack Black, like Pick of Destiny? I have no idea what you're talking about. I never had that kid's toy. Okay, we're gonna do Pushing Feathers Through Our Skin, which is my original. Hey. Which I have to look up the lyrics for because I forget them from time to time. Ronnie James Dio. Bro, I don't know, man. I have what I have on my song list. This is my song list. That's all I got. Okay. Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much. You see, they're like braids. It's a shame that like I'm hiding them, cause like this is such a cool look. Oh, sorry. I'm just messing everything up. I love this. I love this. It's so cool. Just ignore my little pimples and whatever. Yeah. Like I definitely feel like the sixth Spice Girl. I'm Glitter Spice. Hello, nice to meet ya. With this hair. But yeah, we're gonna do a hair dye stream sometime next week, and then I will be all ready for the Halloween video. Oh my god. Waka, 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 waka. Oh. Okay. Ow, can we get a close to chat? I just poked myself in the eye. Thankfully not very hard. I still have vision. Ow. Bertha, thank you for the 3-month reset. Welcome back. Ow. Oh my god, my eyeball. Oh. Anyways, if anybody is interested in winning some amazing Rhode products, there is a whole words can't even describe how massive this giveaway is. They're giving like everything. There's so much stuff. They're giving it all away to one lucky person. So just check out that website. Follow the steps. Oh, my eyeball. Okay, Littlest. Okay, got you. Do you know how to do the song request, Ishmael? Just type in like !SR and then put that in the chat and it'll add it to the queue. We are withering at the speed of light. Oh, mods. Requests aren't active. Yeah, because it's like near the end of the stream. That makes sense. Can we mods add that song for H-Man? Do we have mods? It's original Diddle still here. Thank you, Diddle. Love you. We are withering at the speed of light. We're falling as soon as we take flight. Why do we keep pushing feathers through our skin, knowing, and we're bound to fall again. And it gets colder every year. I'm getting older, but I'm still here. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Tell me, how do I put the broken feathers back together on my wings? Tell me, where do we go? Where do we go from here? 'Cause I wanna know if the weather's getting better and change everything and learn to sing. Collected leaves and twigs and string to make a nest and settle in, but it went missing when a gust of wind tore it down, tore me to the ground. My insides are shattered and bruised, and I cannot go on like this. No place to call home, no place to rest my tired wings. I guess I'll sing. I guess I'll sing. If I can fly, I'll sing. If I can fly on broken wings, at least I'll sing. Seasons come, but nothing changes anymore. Time goes fast, but I'm still waiting for a knock at the door from my Savior. Are you there, or is it all in my head? Is it all in my head? was Pushing Feathers Through Our Skin. What? Microsoft problem. Dun dun dun. Wait. Okay, so these are all the songs that. Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, I was saying, if you're still here, say something in chat. I need to fix that. How do I do that? Can I just copy the audio mixer? Yes. So copy. There. Okay, so now you can hear me. Okay. So I finally fixed that. If you are here, okay, Spectral Atmosphere, S Falcon, and Timon, let us know if you're still here, and we will play your songs. Because it is coming to the end of the stream for today. Damn, that was brutal. That was a nasty one. I know HMAC is here, because HMAC is here. And then this one is for HMAC. Okay. A little less 16 candles, a little more touch me. Okay, Timon's still here. Cool. You're gonna get a cat piano soul to nothing. This is what you get for your money. This is incredible. More than I can handle this hour of the night. Okay, well, not to worry. Not to worry. We will finish up the rest of the stream. So, a little less 16 candles, a little more touch me. Okay. I haven't played this one in a while, so I'm gonna try it on piano. Okay, why are you doing this to me? I confess I messed up, dropping them so like you're still around. And I know you're dressed up, hey kid, you'll never live this down. And you're just a girl all the boys wanna dance with, and I'm just a boy who's had too many chances of sleeping on your folks' porch again, dreaming. She said, why don't you just drop dead? I don't blame you for being you, but you can't blame me for hating it. So say, what are you waiting for? Kiss her.
write me off, give up on me. 'Cause darling, what did you expect? I'm just off a lost cause, a long shot, don't even take this bet. You can make all the moves, you can see all the slows. Wait, you can make all the moves, you can aim all the spotlights, get all the sights and the rolls just right. I'm sleeping on your porch again, dreaming. She said, why don't you just drop that? I don't blame you for being you, but you can't blame me for heading it. She said, what are you waiting for? Kiss her. I set my clock early 'cause you know I'm always late. Oh, you said you keep me honest, always on, but I won't call you on it. Always, always on. Always, always on. I don't blame you for being you, but you can't blame me for hating it. She said, what are you waiting for? Kiss her. I set my clocks early 'cause you know I'm always late. Or maybe it does a double course, I think. Does it do a double course? Yeah. Man, that's the music video with the antlers guy, right? And her like dad gets mad at her for dating a boy with antlers. Fall Out Boy was such a mood. Oh. And now they're doing like music for Disney films or something. What's up, Andy? No, that was Sugar We're Going Down. Oh, okay. Man. Yeah, it's been too long since I've watched Fall Out Boy videos. The emo era. Well, I think Fall Out Boy was part of the emo era. That wasn't just before that. They were in the emo era. They were peak emo. Okay. Tail end. Yeah, you could say that. I will let Andy argue with you on that one because he knows more about emo music culture than I do. Yes, all the acronyms. Oh, de rien. J'espère que tu as passé un bon anniversaire. Oh, Jenna is saying that FOB is like on the cusp of not being emo. Because they were so late to the game. Thank you for the follows, by the way. If you are here for the Rode microphone giveaway, and only for that, then to you I say, I am disappointed because you could have discovered an amazing, incredible talent that is me and stuck around and heard the passcode, which I mentioned earlier twice on stream. But it's okay if you missed it because hang around. You will get the passcode. But not by some command in chat. You have to be here. You have to hang out. You have to be part of us. Be part of us. FOB was much more emo before they got big. Yeah, now they're like pop emo. They're like emo pop, which makes no sense. It's like a contradiction in itself. So Spectral Atmosphere isn't here, I don't think, and S Falcon. I don't know if S Falcon was still here. I didn't see in chat. That was the whole point of me doing the BRB screen when you couldn't hear me. I was like, huh? I know Timon's here. MCR is the definition of emo, right? Exactly. But their music was actually very much musical theater. It wasn't exactly emo. It was like if an emo went to a musical. Oh, you are here. Okay. Okay, cool. Good. Now we just need Falcon to say something. If Falcon
S Falcon J, if you are still here, please just put anything in chat so I know you're still here. Oh, yeah, there is a giveaway. Check out the link here if you want to enter. It's for a microphone and Cubase and a whole bunch of plugins. It's a great giveaway for any musicians. It's like a musician's wet dream, basically, this giveaway. Shanus got a gifted sub from Bel Santo. Thank you so much. Well, there you go. Happy birthday, Shanus. You got a gift sub. Okay. We're going to do Your Life, which means it's time for an Alana Sterling original song. And this one is very emotional. And I play with one arm because at the time being, I was pretty much paralyzed in this arm and couldn't move it. So, and thought that it might be that way forever. But with my one working arm, I knew I could still make music, and I wrote this song. Falcon is here. Awesome. Okay. I'm sorry you had to wait so long. You've made it this far. You can make it through anything. I see all your scars. I understand without asking. There's no better or worse. We've all got our own story. We know how it hurts. And we're in recovery. Listen to me, you'll make it through. Look in the mirror, your savior is you. You've got to breathe, it's all you can do. Oh my gosh, I'm messing up now. You're alive, breathe in. You're alive, can't you feel your heart beating? Thank you, Billy Chu. You're alive and there's a reason. You're alive and that's worth something. All too familiar with death. And I remember thinking, is this my last breath? Despite the odds, I'm still here, and it's so hard, but it gets easier. Listen to me, you'll make it through. Look in the mirror, your savior is you. You've got to breathe, there's nothing you can't do. You're alive, breathe in. You're alive, can't you feel your heart beating? You're alive and there's a reason. You're alive and that's worth something. The reason I have my arm behind my back, if you're wondering, people from the Billy Chu host, is because I wrote the song. I was in a really bad accident, and basically this arm was shattered and I had to have emergency surgery. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks and I thought I would never be able to use this arm again. And the first thing I did when I got home, oh my gosh, Samus! No way! Hi, another person from the Road Mics. Have you come for my passcode? I'm sorry. No passcodes here, only emotions. Okay, I'll start from the top. I wrote this song because I was in a really bad accident that shattered my left arm, and pretty much the doctor said you could be paralyzed from your shoulder down for the rest of your life. We're gonna operate and do the best we can, put some metal plates and see if we can fix it up. And as a musician who plays music for a living and, you know, plays guitar and all these instruments, it was like the end of my life. I was like, I can't. If I can only have one arm for the rest of my life, I don't know how I could do it. But I got home and I sat down on my piano and I wrote this song. You've made it this far, you can make it through anything. I see all your scars, I understand without asking. There's no better or worse, we've all got our own story, and we know how it hurts, and we're in recovery. Listen to me, you'll make it through. Look in the mirror, your savior is you. You got to breathe, it's all you can do. You're alive, breathing. You're alive, can't you feel your heart beating? You're alive, and there's a reason. You're alive, and that's worth something. Oh, good luck with your MRI. I've had to do a full spinal MRI. It was like an hour and a half before, because I also have a spinal condition. And yay, chronically disabled people, welcome. They let me watch a movie while I was in the MRI, so I got to watch Wayne's World, and it made my life a lot better. Anyways, all too familiar with death, and I remember thinking, is this my last breath? Despite the odds, I'm still here, and it's so hard, but it gets easier. Listen to me, you'll make it through. Look in the mirror, your savior is you. You've got to breathe, it's all you can do. You're alive, breathing. You're alive, can't you feel your heart beating? You're alive, and there's a reason. You're alive, and that's worth something. Life's gonna test you, it'll throw you to your knees, but you gotta believe. Tomorrow is a new day, it'll be better in the morning when you wake, so breathe, because you're alive, breathing. You're alive, can't you feel your heart beating? You're alive, and there's a reason. You're alive, and that's worth something. You're worth something. Ooh, ooh. How you go from 0 to that real quick? That's just my voice. That's like my superpower. It'd be like, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys are lucky that I have such a strong limiter on my voice, because like if you were sitting next to me, you'd be like, one of my mods, the first time I sang for him, he was like, because he wasn't expecting me to be that loud. Welcome, everybody. I'm guessing a lot of you are from the Samus raid, who's also part of the Road Mics giveaway. It is loud as fuck. Andy can confirm. Andy lives with me. Too powerful. Too powerful. That was an original, by the way, that I wrote. But yeah, welcome on in. I gotta play one song. This person's been waiting since the beginning of stream for their song. But can I play you guys something? Here's my song list. Also, if you want me to just play an original, I can also do that. But I'm gonna sing Je vais chanter en français pour toi. Samus, well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever seen Samus stream. So let's get a shout out for Samus. Whoops, I spelled that wrong. Samus. There's 6's and then an S. Oh, is it like a play on 666? 66 Samus? Ah, I just got it. Oh, you do drums. Nice. Wait, what the hell? How do I not know about you? You have like probably such a big overlap with my community. Okay, have a good one, HMAC. Thanks for tuning in. Lots of drum hits. Okay, I'm gonna play some français. Some français. But anyways, welcome. I'm Mermaid Unicorn. I've written hundreds of songs, most of them to remain forever sealed in my notebook, never to be heard by the human ears. I'm from Canada. I dye my own hair pretty frequently, and I do it on stream. And I'm obsessed with everything rainbow unicorn stuff. I have ADHD, OCD, PTSD, and a whole bunch of other acronyms, which you can learn all about in our mental health talks, because we are very, very mental health positive here. In fact, most of my donations go directly to paying for my medication and therapy. So thank you for supporting a chronically disabled and mentally ill creator like me. Yeah, maybe that was a bit of an overshare. I do that sometimes. Anyways, I feel like my mental illness is what makes me so freaking gifted, because if I was a normie, bro, there's no way I would be spending 6 hours a day after school practicing music because I had no friends. Like, hello? I would not be where I am. Any word on the Samus code? I don't know. You gotta hang out with Samus to figure out the Samus code. I already told you guys. It's the cult. If you are part of the cult, you know what the cult's name is. But if you don't know the cult, then you're not part of the Merms community. It's very blatantly obvious. We have it plastered all over the place. You can check my Discord if you don't know. Join the Discord and find the name of our cult. That's okay if you just got here. Hi, Naki! Thank you for your 10 months. Okay. We're gonna do some français chantant. Thank you. Oh wait, you haven't seen the full thing. See the braids? Look at this. I look like I'm straight out of an RPG. Like, what am I? Right? Like, I was like, side shave? No, braids. Living for this. Living for it. And then I'm gonna dye it on stream next time, or sometime next week. Thank you, Child of Darkness. I love your username. It very much represents me in a different state of being. I'm actually a pastel goth. I know you guys think I look like rainbows and shit, but like I'm actually goth as fuck. I'm like a happy pastel goth. It's weird. I'm like depressed but also happy. It's confusing. Neon goth. Yeah, we just call it pastel goth. All right. I'm gonna ignore chat for a second so I can focus on singing. I need to take this up a little bit higher, actually.
Bleu et par les Faut-il aimer la vie ou la regarder juste passer de nos nuits de fumette? Il ne reste presque rien que tes cendres au matin. Un sommet trop rempli de vecteurs de la vie. À la prochaine station, petit Européen. Mets ta main, descends là, au-dessous de mon cœur ébloui par la nuit. Ébloui par la nuit, un coup de lumière mortelle. Une dernière tour de piste avec la mer au bout. Je t'ai entendu s'entendre dans les rues en noir et blanc. Tu es venu en sifflant. Et voilà! Magnifique, merci. Anti-goth. No, it's not anti-goth. Pastel goth is a thing. Like, what is your definition of goth? Like, if your definition of goth is just wearing all black, then that's pretty shallow because it's a lot deeper than just wearing all black. But yeah, if you want to see, I have the proof. I have it ready. Like, I got pics on my phone to help you understand just how goth I was. Wait, is it in my screenshots folder? Is it in my Facebook folder? I have so many pictures on my phone. Holy shit. Holy shit, nanas. Oh, there you go. This is also me. That was me at 12 or 13, I think. I take great pride in showing these photos. It's like emo goth scene. I was like a combination of all of the above. My little gloomy bear, my all black, my choker, my black eyeliner. Now I just like colors because it's like, they're nice, I guess. You do French is solid? Thank you. Merci. Oh, Falcon, merci. Thank you for the 50 bits. Okay, have a great rest of your night. J'apprécie beaucoup tes chansons français. C'est Rémi-Colt. Merci, Mokmo. Merci. Like, you guys literally, wait. Like, look at my last stream. We're gonna go real quick and we're gonna look at my literal most recent stream. It wasn't on this channel, it was a collab, so it was on. Sorry. Literally, I have so many YouTube channels. What happened with Reddit? I thought I was blowing up on Reddit. It turns out it was just for the Rode mic thing. I was like, why am I getting so many follows? I was confused. But this was the literal last stream. Look at this. This is me. Tell me I'm not goth. Tell me I'm not goth. When I literally didn't have to go to the store. I just have this. This is me also. I got multiple looks, my friends. Anyways. Yeah, I know, right? It's me. It's still same me. That's me. Same old me. I don't know how that worked. The guitar looked bigger. I think it's like the blackness just like makes you look smaller because it's like a shadow. Je me retrouve devant un magnifique Lécon. Mais est-ce que c'est un must par français ou non?
J'ai pensé que Samus était en lait. Thanks, Nagasaki. Okay, did Samus have a request? I didn't see. I would love to play something for your community. What kind of music do you guys usually listen to? The guitar is the perfect color. It's just, this is my favorite color. My identity is this color. I identify as metal. Okay. Best I got is like grunge rock. Fuck. I could do System of a Down. That's metal. I'm a huge metalhead. Like, I love metal. I grew up on metal. But like, playing metal as a singer-songwriter type person, no, can't do that. I can play System of a Down though. The Positions vid, yo, I could play that for them. I don't know how many of them will stick around while I play a video, but like, also, we could just Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains is definitely grunge. I wouldn't say that they're metal. Oh, it's in the chat. I'll just give them a taste. Like, this was my most recent collab, like, release wise. This was my most recent collab. Kinda want to, 'cause you're down for me, and I'm down too. Yeah, I'm down too. Yeah, some shit that I usually don't do, but for you I kinda want to, 'cause you're down for me, and I'm down too. Switching the positions for you. Getting the kitchen out in the bedroom. I'm in the electric flame from the room. Knowing that you're feeling nothing, I wouldn't do. And I would stop position for you. Getting the kitchen out in the bedroom. I'm in the electric flame from the room. Knowing that you're feeling nothing, I wouldn't do. And I would stop position for you. Oop. Yeah, that's me. You can find that on Spotify. If you're a sub, you get the download for free with just my vocals on it, without Cliff on it. But yeah, that's my voice. That's my voice. I definitely like. I'm like more rock kind of. I would say naturally, but I used to sing in like a hard rock metal band. I sang in a post-hardcore band when I was a teenager. That later the screamer / guitarist from that band went on to be the lead member of a Skylit Drive, and then now he's in a different band. I can't remember what they're called. Andy would know. Andy, are you still in chat? What's Mikey's new band? But all right, what band? It was called Last Day Within, was the post-hardcore band, and then The Collective was like the hard rock metal band that I was in. We were just like local bands, you know, just doing shit. Okay, y'all are metalheads. Let me just do some System of a Down. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna forget the lyrics though, because I'm on the spot. I know this is like the least metal song that System of a Down has, so bear with me, but. Such a lonely day, and it's mine. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day should be banned. It's a day that I can't stand. The most loneliest day of my life. Oh, the most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day. day. I'm glad I survived. The dynamics. Yes, I got the dynamics. I don't just come at you with the I have to build up to it. Excuse me. I burp a lot. I'm sorry. I got stomach issues. I'm part of the chronically ill bag. Oh my god, excuse me. That one brought a lot of burps out. It's also part of singing too. I just like gulp so much air when I'm singing. Anyways, thank you. All these new follows coming in. I feel like I should just keep going with a couple songs just to cater to the new audience. Thank you. I love this because it's the perfect for like bluesy stuff and jazzy stuff, which is like my wheelhouse. Okay, can I go off for a second on like one of my originals that's like jazz? Like, just hear me out. Just hear me out. Just hear me out, okay? Because this song's a bop, and I just want to play it for you. And I know you're metalheads, but like, just... This one's called The Object. I could play it. Wait, I should definitely do my my Monsters Under My Bed. That one's not metal. I'd say it's more like vaudeville. Like, I don't even know. I don't decide what genre I'm gonna write. My brain just barfs on a page and bam. Yeah, jazz is freaking tricky. I would say they're like just as tricky as like double pedal, but in different ways. Very different ways. Because I also do play drums. Probably not nearly as good as Samus, but I can hold the beat to most rock and like easier jazz. All right, okay. It's called Object. An opera. Yeah, you want me to sing opera? I just choked on my own spit. I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. I ain't your possession. So just move along. Move along, baby. I've been alone with my whole life, no question. You better learn your lesson and just move on. I don't wear your shackles, I won't drag your chains. Yeah, you put me in a cage just to driving me insane. Every time I try to escape, you try to place the blame. So it's my fault, I don't want to be playing stupid games. Now, filthy, dirty, guilty are the feelings you insert in me. Now, I'm not the lady in your prophecy, so get your demons off of me. Now, logically, you're bad for me, and typically, you're mad at me. You see black and white, you say wrong and right, but it's all wrong, yeah. And I don't want to be the object of your obsession. I ain't your possession. So just move along. Move along, baby. I've been alone with my whole life, no question. You better learn your lesson and just move on. Cause you're pulling me too close, into pushing me away. Mr. Better listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip on my wrists and I might stay. I got bruises on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips, pressed into your lips, try to push you away, baby. It's written on my face. Oh, you're so dramatic, manipulative tactics. You're a fan and you're an addict, trying to find a better fix. You got your pigs of the litter, a crew full of hens, but I'm letting chicky blues when you don't want them. You got your eyes on the prize, yeah, the golden goose, but she won't lay eggs for you unless you let her loose. Because you find a war you're losing, cruising for a booze and you're abusing your power. And now I'm gonna lose it all to you. Because you see black and white, you say wrong and right, but it's all wrong. And I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. I ain't your possession. So just move along. Move along, cause I've been in love my whole life, no question, baby. You better learn your lesson and move on. Cause you're pulling me too closer to is just pushing me away. Mr. Better listen here to what I gotta say. Now release your grip on my wrist and I might stay. Yeah. I got bruises on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips. Press it to your lips, try to push you away, babe. It's written on my face. Oh, because I can't forget, but I can't forget. Try to love and listen, but I just haven't yet. Oh, I can't forgive, but I can't forget. I try to love and listen, but I just haven't yet. I can forgive, I cannot forget. Try to love and listen, but I just haven't yet. No, I can't forgive, but I can't forget. La da 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 ba doo doo. There you go. So that's like kind of like the style I've been writing a little bit more of, is like kind of rapstress meets jazz a little bit. Yes, I am gender fluid. That might be a foreign concept for most people. I do prefer they them pronouns. She also kind of works. He also kind of works. I prefer they, but like any pronouns work. I prefer they. But especially because I'm looking so bodaciously femme today with my lipstick and my makeup and everything, it's a little bit okayer to use she. I am not somebody who gets offended, but I do feel more accepted when people use they them. I'm not like, it's tricky with new people because you never know how they're going to take it. And I don't want people to see the gender before they see the talent and the spirit of who I am. So, especially with all of this hate rage shenanigans and all these trolls on the internet that are like doing all sorts of fuckery. But I'm gender fluid, and I'm a very hot dude, as well as a very hot lady and gentle them. But yeah, more of that on my Instagram. Check it out. Yeah. All right, let's do... We're gonna do Monsters Under My Bed. If there's still people from the Samus raid, I'm gonna tell you guys the password right after this song, okay? I'm gonna literally just say it out loud. I've given so many hints all day, but I'm gonna say it once. This whole stream, I'm only gonna say it once, and it's gonna be at the end of the song, okay? So listen up. The password is after the song. That's not the right key. Also, if you're enjoying what you're hearing, please come back and say hi again sometime. I'd love to hang out. Even after this whole giveaway shenanigans is over, I hope that I have proven to you that I am worthwhile. Please, don't leave me. Okay. It's like the switch is broken, just like me. Why can't I find a little peace and quiet? Oh, my kingdom for some silence. It's been a busy day. You should be tired, they say, but I'm so wide awake, overanalyzing the mistakes, and am I
Whoa, whoa, oh, yeah. Yeah. Wine and whiskey make me feel fine and frisky, but with no one to please me, I can help you sleepy. All I can think about all these infinite doubts. I'm an idiot, I'm full of shit, and everybody knows it. Why is my existence such a crime? I can't get my mind off of my mind. I'm running in circles like it's a circus, but these animals are feeling nervous. Yeah. Circuit's passing and I'm wide awake. Why can't I shut up my brain? It's been 3 weeks and I still can't sleep in my bed. Blame it on all the voices in my head telling me that I'll be better off dead. Blame it all on the monsters under my bed. And I see it, but I can't believe what I've read. Could it be that I might have been misled? I close my eyes, but I'm wide awake instead. Blame it on the monsters under my bed. Well, it's been 3 weeks and I still can't sleep in my bed. Blame it on all the voices in my head. They're telling me that I'll be better off dead. Blame it on the monsters under my bed. And I see, but I can't believe what I read. Could it be I might have been misled? Close my eyes, but I'm wide awake instead. Blame it on the monsters under my bed.
Et voilà. So I'm not going to say the code word because then it'll be in the YouTube video. Because I usually take my things off of Twitch and I put them on YouTube after because of DMCA. DMC, yuck my dick. Excuse me. Yes, it is a hell of a giveaway. I very strongly encourage you to enter this, even if you don't need a microphone, because you could also just re-gift it to a streamer or a friend that you think it really wants to start their own studio or try to do music. It's got so many goodies in it that, like, for one person, I'm like, oh my god, what? I'm glad I already got everything I need. I got my Rode NT2A here with the main vocals. I got my M1S. This is like basically the best dynamic mic that I have in this whole house. We have so many mics, but this is my baby. This is my baby with my little sheath so I don't bump my teeth and break. You see these teeth? See these teeth? Yeah, that's a microphone did that. So I have to have like a mouth guard on the mics now. And then I've got this bad boy for all my Discord calls and all my video calls, and it's so cute and it's so tiny. I'm like all hooked up. And then for my live shows, we got the NTG rolling. Like, I got everything I need. So this giveaway is for y'all. I'm not even in it. I'm not even part of it. My YouTube channel, I have 2 YouTubes. So I have one for my main content, and then I have one that's literally just my Twitch VODs because of the copyright issues. So we can't keep our videos up on Twitch or we can get banned for playing covers. It's okay to do live, but not if it's a recording because they don't have the licensing. Complicated mumbo jumbo, basically. Artists are issuing takedowns, and instead of dealing with all the takedowns, Twitch is just like, we're just going to ban you if you just keep doing this. So I already have 1 strike for playing zombie. So yeah. But yeah, the code word is the name of our lovely cult. If you haven't figured it out by now, it's very obvious. It's literally one of my emojis. And yeah. So there you go. You got what you wanted. Is that what you wanted? Are you gonna leave me now? Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Overly attached girlfriend. All right. Okay, Timon, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really feel like busting on my... do I want to bust on my base? Yo, Sigils! What the heck? Where'd your partner badge go? Did you unpartner yourself? Or are you just being sneaky about it? I know some partners will hide their partner badge because it's like somebody got angry. It was like, how dare you be a partner and come to my stream? You did. Is it so you can stream on YouTube? Because you're like way famouser on YouTube. You will still stay? Okay, perfect. Bust out the bass? Okay, if I'm playing bass... Okay, fuck. Okay, fine. I'm busting out the bass. Let's do it. Busting out the bass. I do play 40 instruments, by the way, but my saxophone's a little busted right now. My trumpet's also a little busted. My cello's in the basement, and that's a little far away. And my violin, I hate. I haven't practiced, so I sound like crap when I play it. But get your stream right back. So not a huge fan of Twitch. That's fair. They've been doing some pretty sus moves lately. So I mean, casual. 40 instruments. Casual. I mean, like, I probably, if you gave me the bassoon now, I probably wouldn't be as much of a pro. I was a pro bassoonist. I think that's the word for it, right? Bassoonist? 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 Back in high school, I was the only bassoonist because nobody wanted to fucking learn that bastard ass instrument. I also played tuba. Imagine, little old me, little 100-pound me, carrying around a fucking tuba on the bus. Yeah, it was against my will. My music teacher said I had to do my exam on tuba because I already learned every other instrument, and he's like, it's not fair to the other students who are struggling. Yeah, it's tubas is literally all lung power. You're like, that's how you play tuba. Fun stuff. Fun facts. There will be a little bit of feedback because I don't have more than one input, so sorry. Oh? Hello? There we go. The pickup's a little shoddy on this bad boy. Stay. I swear. Is it gonna do that to me? Really? Ugh. Hold on. See, last time I thought it was an issue with me, but it's actually just the bass is fucked. It's gotta be like a slight tinge out of the jack. You know what I mean? Hi, Manivels, what's up? I've been trying to learn how to slap, but I just can't get like the... Why is there so much reverb? I turned off my pedal. Anyways, first time you see me stream bass? I have 2 basses. I used to play bass in the jazz band in high school. I'm kind of butching it now because I was just playing guitar for like 4 hours, so I'm like using my guitar fingers, but you gotta be firm with it. Also, I had a bit of a baby bass. I have baby hands. I did baby bass. I bought this bass and it's like full size, and I'm like, oh shit. You gotta be like, okay. Kids got claws. Okay, let's try this. Don't fuck it up. got the body of a lady, but the temper of a child. The things she say drive me crazy. The things she do drive me wild. Oh, you know she's my girl. The one standing at the center of the world, baby. Everything revolves around her. but wow, she knows how to make me purr. Now, mama, kitties get close. Now, mama, kitties get close. Yeah. Now, mama, kitties get close. Yeah. Now, mama, kitties get close. 'Cause she's a 10 out of 10. I wanna love her again and again. 'Cause she's perfection in every single way. And just one thing, she's a basket case. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's a basket case. It's a basket case. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's a basket case. A beautiful face, but she's a basket case. Take a second, take a minute to relax, enjoy your time. Take a minute just to get to sipping on that sweet white wine. Oh, mama. Take a minute just to make some decisions. You better make up your mind. 'Cause better down, better go. You're gonna make me lose my, yeah. You know she's my girl. She's my girl, baby. The one standing at the center of the world. I wanna give her all my diamonds and pearls. 'Cause everything, you know everything revolves around her. Ooh. Kitty's got claws. Kitty's got claws. Ooh. She knows how to make me. Ow, mama. Kitty's got claws. 'Cause she's a 10 out of 10. I wanna love her again and again. She's perfection in every single way. Just one thing, she's a basket case. She's a basket. She's a basket case. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's a basket case. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's a basket case. A beautiful face, but she's a basket case. Something like that. Probably work on the guitar solo a bit more. I can't quite do like the metal shit with the thing where you go, you hit it and then you, that thing. That's the second time I've done that. I'm like, I can't exactly slap the bass. And then I just like proceeded to slap the bass. That shit. That Bullet for My Valentine always does with the fucking squeals. And I was like, and then, I wish I had a metal guitarist. I had a grunge guitarist, which teaches you how I learned. Oh my god, that was the last song for the day. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I gotta go. It's late. It's like almost 11. And I got a busy day tomorrow. I gotta wake up early and I don't want to. And it takes me a really long time to wind down after stream because y'all always hype me up so much and I love that for you. I love that for me. But I do have to get going so I can come and sleep. I need to sleep. I gotta be wake up like 8 a.m. But I don't want to do it. I wake up at 11. That's my natural sleep cycle. Anyways, Mandeville's, it was so fun chilling with you. I'm glad I got to show you that song. I don't know if you've heard that one from me before, but like, if I got to jam with your band, I would force you to play that because it's like so simple. It's just like 2 chords and then blues and then rock out. I'd love to sing that with you. You would fucking catch on so quick. Anyways, I love you guys. At tantôt. I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow. We have a little bit of a bug problem. So I have to get my house bug bombed. So my week is fucked. No fault of mine, of course. It's just my house is fucked. The giveaway? Oh, check out the link. The link is in chat. We typed the password earlier, but just for you guys who are joining at the end, that's my secret code for my stream. You'll have to gather the Infinity Stones, which is the passwords from all of the different streamers that are participating in the giveaway, including 66 Samus and Sunfire TV, as well as a few others, but you can find all the info on that link. I've already said it a bunch. I'm sorry, St. Charles. You can DM me after, though. I'll still be on my phone. I just won't be on Twitch. All right. It's been an absolute blasty out my assty, if you know what I mean. If you're feeling nasty. I don't know what I just said. I need to stop talking. Anyways, if it's your first time here, thank you. Please, 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 if you're feeling a freaky, check out my socials as well. I've got lots of content on YouTube. I've also got tons of songs on Spotify, like albums worth for you to listen to. I've got pics on pics on pics on pics of chicks and dicks and all the things, and Instagram. No dicks, actually, for real, though. But, and Twitter is where I just spam my thoughts. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I post on TikTok sometimes. I'm not really blowing up. I post ADHD content and it blows up. And then I post, like, me singing my fucking balls off and it gets, like, 4 likes. So, I don't know how to win. But that's just TikTok, isn't it? All right. So no stream tomorrow. Hopefully on Thursday. Thursday I have massage therapy, and then I also have the Twitch tour thing, which is going on at 4 till question mark. So I might do a late stream on Thursday. Friday we're gonna do a live stream from the bar, playing a gig on Friday, and then I might do a daytime stream, and we might do some lo-fi beats during the day. So just so I can catch up on all the time I've missed this past weekend just being useless and hungover. All right, I love you. Join the Discord. Come hang out. Come be friends with the Discord. Oh, you guys can't even hear the music. All right. Go stream Monsters Under My Bed. We're gonna find someone to raid. La 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 la. We are friends. We are all friends.
I can't quite shrug them off. It's like the switch is broken, just like me. Why can't I find a little peace and quiet? Oh, my kingdom was in silence. It's been a busy day. You should be tired, they say, but I'm so wide awake, overanalyzing the mistakes and am I
Wait, wow, there's not a lot of musicians on.
Seconds passing and I'm wide awake.
be better off dead, blaming
On the monsters under my bed.
What? Okay, I know who we're rating. Emily's doing a collab with a violinist. That's my friend Emily. She's so heckin' talented. And she does loops.
All I can think about all these
She does loops and she sings and she's really pretty and she's also an honorary mermaid. So let's go check her out. Here's the raid call. What the heck is the raid call command? I don't even know my own raid commands. Original, don't you face palm at me. Sub raid. Oh, okay. There you go. Mermaid Brigade in place. Let's go. See you next time.